Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 on the PlayStation 5 Pro. Today's stream is going to be a bit different. I'm not going to really be flying into specific places, but more so talking about Autopilot and the basics of it. So we'll start off with the Cessna 172, and we'll also showcase how to do ILS LOC mode in it. It'll be only for the Cessna 172, maybe if we're on another G1000 Garmin setup we can do it again, but just kind of want to show the basics of that. And we'll go to other aircraft, just kind of showcasing how to get the basics of nav mode engaged, heading mode, get to an altitude, change altitudes, and stuff like that. So that is going to be the stream today. Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic weekend. And let's start off with the Cessna 172. So we're going to go ahead and zoom on in, just pick a random spot, and we're going to do everything regarding that in the aircraft itself. But hello Lee, hello King, and Dead Disciple, and Monorific, and Graham, hello and welcome. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic weekend. And oh, I'm breaking everything already, fantastic. Alright, so like I said, we'll start off with the 172, and then we'll just switch to different aircraft. Again, this isn't going to be like a full flight or anything. It's just going to be a live stream about Autopilot and the basics of it through a nice little range of different airplanes. Alright, everything's off. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get this thing booted on up. Clear that out. Get that on. Fuel pump on. Mixture to full. Throttle to 25-ish. And spin the key. Fuel pump off. And we're golden. Alright, so what we're going to do is... I don't think I have to worry about that just yet. That'll be booted up by the time we're done with all this. So, for the Cessna 172 here, I just want to kind of focus on ILS and LOC. You can kind of see how that works, just the basics of it with that. And that's what we're going to do. But hello, get an Airbus A340. We don't have an Airbus A340. And Merry Christmas to you, Lee. Hello, JCB. And Rowdy. And Paul. And Burner. And Monorific. Oh, it's all... I mean, hopefully you enjoyed the Thunder game. No worries about that at all. But alright, so flight plan is what we're going to click on here. Let's go ahead and set up our origin. Which this, I always forget where I need to be. I think it's here. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So we're just going to set this up for right where we're at. We'll also make our destination the same thing. Perfect. We'll enter that. And then from here, we're going to set up our 17 left. And for our destination, we're of course going to set it up for here. With a 17 left. We'll clear this out real quick. Crap. Now I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to do here. Because I just did this before I started the stream, so... Oh, here we go. I think that's what I'm looking for. Yes, there we go. Okay, so let me back up really quick. So from here, we're going to have procedures. We're going to select an approach by hitting enter. And then from there, since I want ILS 17 left, 17 left, that's the airport or the runway we're wanting to go to. We're going to do that. I'm going to switch this to a Dane, because I like the little curve that it does with this. So let's go ahead and switch that to that. So we'll take off from 17 left here. We'll intercept this. We'll do a nice little curve, and then from there we'll move from that. Perfect. So we'll do that. Minimums, you will check from the chart. So whatever airport you're heading into, I already have it open up here. But just in case you don't know how to get to charts just yet, let me also go ahead and increase the display size here. And then from that, you'll click on the airport's icon, hit more info. And from there, you'll get the charts. We'll do 17 left, approach. And then, of course, we have the ILS or LOC. And there we go. That's how you get to that. So, a couple things we'll want to look at is, of course, the minimums, which if we go over here to the bottom, you can see we have that here. We'll set it to 6,390. So let's go ahead and, set that to baro. Move that over to feet here. And then we'll scrub all the way to 6,390 feet. And Snus, good evening to you, and Grandman Farms, hello to you, welcome. And Snus, thank you for being a member for 1 month already, my goodness. The time has been flying by, but very much appreciate it. And happy to have you here for another stream. So 6,390 is our minimum. We'll now move our cursor all the way down to activate. And there we go. So now we have this all set up. We have the altitudes we need to be at. Perfect. The other thing we want to check out too is, of course, it might already be set up for it. We'll see. But up here in the top right for ILS or LOC, this is the frequency you want to be at, 109.1. So we're actually set up with that already, which is great. But just in case you didn't have that set up, it's always going to be on the right side. If it's on the left, that's not the one that's active. So you'll want your 109.1 to be on the right side of your nav screen up in the top left. So we have that set up. Let's go ahead and prepare one more thing under the PFD option, bearing 1. We will have that set to ILS nav 1. If you don't have that set up, when you switch into approach and then LOC mode, the plane's not going to do anything. So we just have that prepared for us at this point. So that's that for ILS for now. We'll get back to that once we're up in the air, of course, and on approach. For now, we'll set up our altitude to, we'll probably do 8,000. No, we'll do 9,000. Because again, we can always go back to our handy dandy chart over here. And you can see the altitude you're wanting to be at. So at the waypoint of Alpha Whiskey Oscar November Echo, or alone, which is here, you want to be at 9,000 feet. So we'll just have a full flight of 9,000 feet. And then we'll take care of everything else once we get to that point. So that's our altitude setup. And we'll mess with heading and everything once we're up in the air. Which we can already kind of get this positioned a little bit over here. And perfect. All right. So that's the ground stuff for now. Let's go ahead and get this taxi going. And then we'll get up into the air and we'll focus on the other stuff here. And hello, Ben. Welcome to the stream. And Simon, evening to you. Thank you for being a member for 1 month already. Very much appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. And almost Aaron, good afternoon. How do you get the autopilot to fly a holding pattern on a missed approach? I'm gonna be honest. That I'm not familiar with. I'm gonna be honest with you already. Because I think that's all part of the back course. Again, not something I've ever used personally. Just like I don't use the ILS and LOC mode, I just thought I'd showcase that once during this stream so you can kind of get the basics of that. But the majority of this, I'm just going to flop through a couple of different aircraft with different autopilot systems and giving you the basics of following a heading, following your flight plan, changing altitudes and stuff like that. But out of thousands of hours of flying this, I've never used a hold pattern. And we can always try to figure that out live once I'm done with the main priority of things. But yeah, I've never done that before. Hey Denny, happy holidays to you and Saint Pancroc88. I play game early access PS5 and I buy deluxe edition first. I have T38 and now disappear from my fleet. Can any knows why? I have no idea. Sorry, I'm off the road because I'm looking at chat. But yeah, towards the end, I can always look it up really quick and see if we can figure it out. I'm also going to make this taxi go a little bit quicker here so we're not here for too long. A lot of long taxiways here. But yeah, and then of course, again, the goal is just to go through some different ones, because there's some planes where you have to do some extra stuff in order for autopilot to turn on and everything. You know, it's just wanted to kind of focus on that a little bit. That way you just, you know, get the basics of it. Again, this isn't like a full-on extensive every single aspect of autopilot. Which I did put that in the title, right? I did do basics on that. Yes, the basics. Okay, good. It's just a stepping stone to get you going. And I thought I would do it live. I always thought about doing it as a video, but, you know, it's a Saturday. Thought I'd just do a little bit of a live stream with you folks. And we're going to go ahead and cut over here. We're in a Cessna. We have a long runway, so we don't have to go all the way to the end there. Even though in real life, you'd always want to do that. I mean, even in career mode, I recommend it too. Just for the fact that if something is going wonky, you still have time to brake and stop without running out of runway. But here it's absolutely a gigantic runway, so we'll be perfectly fine. So we'll get our flaps down. Get our heading to the south for now. Because, of course, I always like to showcase that too. Just to showcase how to get onto your flight plan with nav mode. Alright, let's get up into the air here, folks. Get to the 55 knots. It's a bit breezy today, because we are running on live weather. And by the way, I wasn't kidding about the runway. You can see how much... If we can't take off with a 172 on this runway, something's wrong. We're going to bring our mixture back just a little bit here. Because again, flying at these higher altitudes with things like a 172 mixture is important, especially if you're in career mode with heavy cargo, or not heavy cargo, but just cargo in general, and your plane is heavy. You're wanting to use mixture and lower that, because if you're at full rich mixture at 100%, you're not going to have much power, you're not going to really take off either. So just something to keep in mind if you're flying in the mountains or anywhere that's at a higher altitude to bring that mixture back. Alright, so for now, let's go ahead and set up our heading to go straight ahead. Turn on heading mode, and engage the autopilot. And doing this, because we set up our altitude to go to 9,000 feet, the plane already knows that's what we're wanting to go for. So we don't have to do anything regarding getting to our altitude that we want to get to. So that's done. We're now going to be following this heading for a little bit. And I'm going to go away from our flight plan here just to kind of showcase that again, in case you haven't seen that just yet, and you're confused as to why when you hit nav mode, your plane doesn't do anything with your flight plan. Because you can already see right here in the compass, we're almost 3 nautical miles away from the flight plan. So, if we hit nav mode, you'll notice nothing happens. We're still set up here with heading. That's the green icon, GPS is just there. And the reason that's there is we're going to leave nav mode on, but all we're going to do is we're going to move our heading. Oh goodness, I hate that curve. Asobo, please, in the next update, get rid of the auto-flying nonsense. Thank you. But anyways, this is our heading bug on the compass. So we're going to move this blue bug all the way to the other side of our flight plan. And that is because we want to intercept the magenta line. So let's go over to the heading knob. Move that all the way over to the left. I'm going to make it pretty severe so we get there quicker. And there we go. So the plane is still climbing to our 9,000 feet that I wanted to have set. We're only in heading mode. And if you're just joining in the beginning, we set up our things for ILS or LOC. So we'll do that as an approach to the airport here. So if we zoom this in a little bit. Oh, this is still a button. Why is this not a plane icon? Oh my god. Anyways. So right now we have a heading going right for our flight plan. So if you're in career mode or if you set up something else on the planner.flightsimulator.com through the EFB and you want the plane to do all the turns and navigation on a cross-country flight or whatever the possibility may be, this is how you get it to go into nav mode. Because of course if you're already on the flight plan and you're just flying with it and you hit nav mode, it'll of course automatically go into that. This is just if you veer off too far away from your course. This is how you can get back into it. And of course, I know there's a whole direct route you can do as well if you want to. I always just show it with the heading mode because then it just gets you familiar with navigating around with the knobs and everything. So once we get closer to it, we're going to be under, it'll be around a nautical mile away. It'll go away from heading mode. A GPS will flash on the screen. You'll notice the plane will turn on the right. And the rest of the flight plan that we created, this little pattern, it'll follow all of this. It'll keep this turn going all the way around. And then once we reach this area, we can dive into our lovely little ILS approach, or LOC approach, whatever you want to call it. And then of course, once we do reach that 9,000 feet, it'll go into an altitude hold mode, so it won't just continuously climb as you're going up. So, perfect. Can you play multiplayer with ATC and see other players? You can play other players. There's nobody going to be real-life players doing ATC, though. But you'll be able to see everybody else flying planes alongside of you. And absolutely, FMJ, welcome. I mean, honestly, the time you're wanting to use flaps is just on final as you're getting closer to it. And I'll kind of talk about it. And of course, it all depends on what plane you're using, so you want to make sure you're at a certain speed beforehand. So, I mean, if you're wanting to decrease your speed, just level out. Have the plane go closer to idle, just dropping that power, and then from there, as you're under the threshold for flaps. Again, that's all going to be dependent on what you're flying. Some of them will be a higher speed for it, others will be lower. Most of the time I fly and land with just one notch of flaps. I don't really go full flaps too much, especially on things like the 172. Obviously, once you get in the airliners, you're looking at about 15-20 degrees of flaps. But before I keep on that, you can see, you saw GPS was flashing on the screen. The plane is now banking right because it has turned off heading mode on its own. We're now fully in nav mode, and the rest of this flight will be flown by the computer and by that autopilot. So it'll just be doing everything for us, the turns, which is very, very handy, especially if you're flying in career mode and you have those long flights that you don't want to be sitting around for all the time. But yeah, and then back to the flaps again, it's really all just what you're feeling. Like if you feel like you're going too fast and you need some extra flaps, you can always increase the amount. I always try to go for, especially in general aviation planes, one notch of flaps. So we'll kind of talk about that too once we're on final, because now what we're going to be doing is doing this little pattern, and then our next turn is at Adain, and you'll notice the plane will follow this to a T. And then once we get over to the lovely Mogul, that is when we're going to switch over to... Oh, maybe... No, I'll probably wait till Awone here. Yeah, we'll probably wait till there, and then we'll swap over to it. We'll see. We'll see what I'm in the mood for once we get there. But cool. So, now that that's all set up, we're almost at 9,000 feet, and then this will start flashing as well, which means it'll be in an altitude hold mode once we reach 9,080 feet. And again, since we increased our altitude a little bit more, I'm going to go ahead and bring the mixture back just a little bit more. And you can hear it. You hear how the engine sounds more powerful as you bring that mixture down a little bit. That's why it's always good to keep that in mind when you're flying at these higher altitudes. So see, now you can see we're in alt mode, which is altitude hold, because we reached our 9,000 feet that we set up on the ground before we even started moving. So now the plane is in nav mode. It'll follow all the waypoints. It'll make the turns for us. It'll be holding this altitude until we tell it not to. Or, of course, until we get into the LOC mode for our approach. And there we have it. You know, it's as simple as that. And now we can just sit back, relax, and I'll try my best to answer questions. And hello, Scott, welcome. Had the best day on the sim today, did 4 long flights, got my pilot rating, figured out ILS, I think. Nice, Sash, very nice. Is there a way to maintain 14.71 air fuel, or just look for best RPM? I mean, honestly, what I'm always doing is, once I reach a cruise altitude, I'm already bringing that power back. I'm not really worried about going too fast with it. So, I mean, like right now, if I would be doing a long flight, let's see where I would have this set. Because, of course, by the way, this is another thing I've noticed people are talking about, too. Some planes have it to where you only have a left and right tank selector. The 172, of course, has both. But since I've used so much left fuel, I'm going to go right to balance things out. Because you can see right here, our left tank is really empty, so now we switched it over to the right tank. Because obviously if you have a misbalance of fuel, your landings are going to be more difficult as well, because now the plane is going to be banking to the right if we would keep it this way. Because now there's more weight in the right wing than the left one, so you'd be fighting the wind as well as a misbalance of your fuel. So you'd be fighting the right bank plus the wind, and it makes it difficult. So if you're in planes like this where you're having to select things, like I believe the Cessna Corvallis is an aircraft that only has left and right, so you're not able to select it on both. So, I mean, if you have a plane that you have both, recommend just having that selected, then you're not having to worry about switching the levers. But if you're in a plane like the Corvallis, it's always good to switch it every, 10 minutes or so, maybe 15 minutes? That way you're keeping that balance between both of your wings. So yeah, again, speaking of fuel, if we go full power on this, yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. So you can see when we're full power, we're using a lot of fuel. Gallons per hour. You can see we're using 10 gallons an hour, full speed. You don't want to do that, because if you're doing that with a lot of different aircraft, you're obviously going to be running through your fuel way faster. So once you reach your cruise altitude, you're wanting to bring that power back. So let's just go for 2100 RPM. I feel like that'll be good. So we just went from using 10 plus gallons an hour down to below 6 gallons an hour. So it's just going to be a great way of maintaining your fuel without having to worry about sucking through all of it, and then you run into situations where, you know, you're running out of fuel. But of course, you can always have the add fuel option, which doesn't work for every plane, especially in career mode. So I mean, in free flight it should work, but I noticed that not all the planes in career mode work with the add fuel option. So anyways, just something to keep in mind when you're at cruise altitude. Bring that power back, because if you're just going full throttle 100% of the time, chances are you'll run out of fuel very quickly, especially if you're going into a headwind. Because if it's a headwind, you're going slower too, because, you know, the plane's having to push through that wind. Then you're full power, it's going to suck through the fuel in no time. But of course, don't go too low power, which I did there, and then you end up stalling. Which, by the way, I need to change the settings. I have it going through the controller. Hang on. Hold up.
Stall.
Because, of course, flying these types of planes at this altitude, you're going to be fighting it more, because it's less air, so the plane is having to do more work as you get flying through the skies. So that's just the magic of flying, is there's so many different things you need to think about: the temperature, the altitude, headwinds, fuel consumption. Just nice. I love it. I'm in the PC-24. I can land it, but I bounce on the runway during landing. So we'll dive into the PC-24, of course, because we can utilize the autopilot there, and then I'll kind of showcase the landings and whatnot. I've really gotten, because they've actually improved, I'm happy about this, they've improved the performance of the CJ4 Citation. I've been using that a ton in career mode now. There's still some weird things when you switch out of internal and external camera, but overall, the experience is so much better. So back to our autopilot here, you can see that nice arc on our flight plan. The plane is doing that for us, of course, which is why nav mode is such a useful feature. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I forgot I was in multiplayer. I'm assuming that was a multiplayer plane. Yes, there it is, okay. I was about to say. So again, I mean, I'm not gonna do any major flights or anything, so if you end up showing up, just know that. And Carl, good evening to you. Well, yeah, unlimited fuel works in free flight, but if you're going into career mode, that is not a functionality. Well, it's just where it was defaulted to when we spawned in. It was on the left tank. Are they going to make more liveries for PS5? Yes. When the marketplace releases in spring, there's going to be third-party liveries. There's also going to be new default free liveries that come into the sim here soon. I mean, a livery editor would be very nice. I would like that to bring me like something like American and Euro Truck Sim, where you can have like basic ones, but change the color, change the shape, you know, stuff like that would be a nice thing as well. I'd like that. But so far, hopefully this has been helpful. I know, again, this isn't going to be like an all-extensive, every single tiny little feature of Autopilot. This is the basics, which, again, we'll go through other aircraft and different instrument panels, because there's some planes where you have to toggle a switch in order for Autopilot to work. There's other older aircraft that have different, you know, stuff like that. I'll try to hit one major aircraft from different things, like here we got general aviation, a tail dragger, a private jet, an airliner. We'll do it in the Boeing and the Airbus, now that I'm a lot more familiar with the Airbus Autopilot as well. But perfect, so let's say you wanted to change your altitude midway through the flight. We're going to just do a couple hundred feet, because I'm going to go back to 9,000. So there's a couple ways of doing it. I typically do vertical speed. This, you just hit this and then hit nose up, whatever, done. The only thing with vertical speed is you're managing your throttle. Flight level change will do that for you. It knows what your speed is. It knows what angle it can be at without stalling. So it's just, flight level change is all automatic. I typically just use vertical speed for my ascending and descending. It just makes it a whole lot easier. I don't know. Never really been a fan of flight level change personally. I've always been a vertical speed kind of sim pilot. So you can see that 200 feet per minute that we set up there is going to that. But let's say we want to go down. So let's set this back to 9,000 feet. We're going to stay in vertical speed mode, but we're going to hit nose down. We're going to do that at 200 feet per minute. We'll do 300, that way we get there quicker. And then, of course, once we get to it, it'll go back into an altitude hold mode. So if you're ever needing to deal with that, another thing in career mode too is if you do not change your barometer to standard, you're going to run into things where you think you're at 40,000 feet or 35,000 feet, depending on what ATC wants you at. And ATC will get on the radio and say, please expedite your climb to flight level 400. And the reason that's happening is you're not changing your barometer. So if we click on here and then click X again, it would go into standard. Obviously, you don't have to worry about it in a Cessna 172 because it doesn't get above, I believe, 18,000 feet is where you switch out to standard barometric pressure settings. Because if you just have it at 29.92, that is when you're going to have the few hundred feet in difference between your actual altitude and what the plane is telling you at. So, just something else to keep in mind, that if ATC is still mad at you, even though it looks like you're at the altitude it wants you at, your barometric pressure setting is not set correctly. So you'll be able to just hit X on the... because sometimes it's in the same area, sometimes it's a little bit different. But you'll just hit X, X again, and it'll go into STD, standard mode, and then that way the plane will recognize the few hundred feet that it's missing to get to the altitude that makes ATC happy. It's always fun flying around here, though, just because of Black Forest here. We have such a huge elevation difference, and the entire time you're going into Colorado Springs from the north going south, you're descending with the elevation also descending. So as you're going down, the elevation below you is going down. So it's a unique area to do some flying in. But alright, let's see. We're almost done with our arch. And then once we get to Awone, that is when we are going to switch over to LOC mode. Maybe a little bit further from that. We'll see what I want to do. But we'll dive into it when the time comes. I'm always in the green S7 livery on the Boeing 737 MAX. Is that just a choice? Because if it is, very nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why the livery stuff hasn't gotten its way into career mode after all this time. Hopefully a Sim Update 5 thing. That would be nice. I'm always the United 737. Very nice, Tay. What is it when the flight plan says vectors on a waypoint? I delete it always with the next way. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, I don't understand it either. I always just delete it. Because if I ever run into that situation, I always just have the heading mode set up to where it goes to the next waypoint for the most part. But the other way of doing that is just deleting it. That way the plane knows you're wanting to go there, and you can already set yourself up in nav mode as well if you so choose. Barometer tip, very useful. Fantastic, FMJ. I was having that same problem in the Vision Jet and couldn't figure it out for the life of me, so I had to listen to the Expedite FL300 the whole flight. Well, now you know what to do in the future when that happens. But it's just a good thing to keep in mind. Just get used to it. Anytime you get above that 18,000 foot altitude, just switch the barometer already. That way you don't have to think about it, and it just kind of becomes a second-hand or whatever the terminology is for that. But you just get used to it at that point. So just anytime you're in free flight or anything, because that's what I did in the beginning of the sim, you know, landing lights and everything. I was like, okay, I'm going to focus on doing these things no matter where I am in the sim. That way I just get that rhythm going. So anytime I'm in a plane, it's like, okay, before I contact tower, I'm going to have my landing lights on. Before I get to flight level 10,000, I'm going to make sure I'm below 250 knots. You know, just stuff like that. Just kind of get a rhythm going, no matter where you are in the sim, and then you can just use that no matter where you are, which is always nice. So, we're about to make our turn over to our, well, it's our final turn, because we're going to be on a long final. And then again, we'll switch over to, oh, by the way, here you can also see our little chart we have open up on our EFB. We have that beautiful arc that nav mode did for us. Because again, we haven't been flying the plane since we put it into heading mode. Which is why I typically don't do any of this type of stuff. But I thought, you know, I always get all these questions about ILS and LOC, so I thought I would do it at least once on this stream, so you could see it. But I typically don't use it. Because I always like flying it myself. But for this demonstration purpose, we'll be doing it this way. When I made my flight plan, it wasn't following it. So what I'm going to guess is you were flying maybe a Grand Caravan, a Cessna 172, and you weren't in GPS mode. So if we back out here, you'll want to hit CDI until you see GPS, because if you're in LOC mode or anything like that, the aircraft will not be following your flight plan. So just something to keep in mind, but make sure you bring up the aircraft you were flying. Oh, it was probably the 737, but yeah, so then just one more thing, like what he was saying, is LNAV. Because yeah, you brought up the 737 earlier. I couldn't find the barometer button, nor did I know what that meant. It's going to be in the middle of both the touchscreens. It'll be like a little knob similar to this volume control one. But I can show that for you. Alright, so we can already see our airport right there. Runway 17 left is what we have it all set to. And again, we did everything in the beginning of the stream, so just in case you want to see that, you can scrub back and see what we did in the menus. Because I didn't do a flight plan in the EFB, I did it all through the G1000 Garmin instrument panel here, so. Again, what we're going to go ahead and do is we'll swap over to LOC once we get past Awon. The other thing we need to make sure is our 109.1 is in the right side, which it is. Which, again, if you're wanting to see that, what airport you know, it's going to be different depending on the airport, I'm pretty sure, with the frequency. So any airport you're wanting to do this at, you will go to the chart. Here, let me just back it up really quick so you can see everything. So you'll just go to the airport chart, approach, whatever runway you have set up, which of course for us is 17 left. ILS or LOC, 17 left. And then in the top right, you'll see that frequency that you need to dial on in. And recommend setting that up before you get there, because obviously if you're trying to do everything at once, you'll have some fun times with that. So we already have that piped in. Again, once we reach there, we'll swap on over, and what should end up happening is the aircraft should descend on its own, and we'll bail out of autopilot once we're there, land the Cessna 172, and we will complete our flight with ILS approach into KCOS. My LNAV keeps disconnecting randomly in flight. I'd be flying for a while and LNAV is fine, but then it randomly disconnects. I'm trying to think of, because I haven't really done anything with airliners in career mode. I know we haven't run into that issue in free flight, because we've flown quite a bit of airliners just because of the community flights. Because anything else that I've flown from the private jets and stuff, I haven't seen Autopilot really have any odd disconnects. I think LOC stands for localizer, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, localizer. Nice. I had to look it up just to double check it, so I wasn't saying the wrong thing. Flying a career mission at the moment and at 117 knot cross. Nice. I love when it's really windy because you get a, especially on the longer flights, the bad weather bonus. Oh, I love it. That's when I love when, I mean, I'm always a fan of heavy wind missions because you get a great bonus out of all of that. So, what we're going to do now, since we've swapped over, let's go ahead and pop on approach mode. Oh, it already did it for us. Sweet. Well, I don't have to do CDI. So now you can see we're in LOC mode. We have this icon on the right side next to our altitude, which is going to be showing us how we're lined up with it. Obviously, that's not going to really do anything until we get closer, because we don't have to descend just yet. So all we did is everything that we set up in the beginning, we were ready to go. We hit approach mode, and now what's going to be happening, if we move over to our handy-dandy chart here, actually let me do this from the screen here. So what's going to happen is once we reach Delta here, which isn't too far away, Rock, the aircraft should already start descending, because you can already see it starting to pop up here a little bit. Because as we're getting close, this diamond is our glide slope. So the plane will pretty much match up right in the middle, because that means we're on the glide slope. It won't be too high, it won't be too low. And that's of course going off of those PAPI lights we talk about a lot, where 4 red is too low, 4 white is too high, 2 white, 2 red is the perfect spot. That means you're right in the glide slope. So once we get to Rock, the aircraft will start descending to keep that green diamond right in the middle of the bar there. And the reason it's not doing anything now is because as we get closer to the airport at that altitude we're at, we're already reaching that glide slope on our own. And then of course the plane will do its thing. Hopefully this all makes sense. Again, I'm not an expert in ILS or LOC stuff. I just wanted to show it at least once. That way you can kind of have a stepping stone with the G1. Because you can do this with the Grand Caravan, the 172. There's a lot of planes with the G1000 instrument panel. So you can see now the plane is, this is not us controlling it. This is all autopilot bringing us in to Colorado Springs. So you can see it's now descending. I'm gonna go ahead and bring back our power just a bit. And then, like I was talking about, that green diamond sitting right in the middle, which means we're in the glide slope. Is there SI traffic in career mode, or we are the only plane? There is AI traffic that you can toggle on? Absolutely. No multiplayer players, though, in career. But yep, I believe in settings online, you can toggle AI air traffic in career mode, because by default that is set to off. How did you get your tablet to be so detailed? Are you talking about charts? All this fine information? This is by... So here, let's just start over for a second here. So let's say I wanted to see Colorado Springs charts. Just click on the airport icon. You can do that with a lot of airports. Not all of them have charts, but if you're going to major ones or relatively busy ones, chances are you'll run into the charts there. And then on the left, you'll have this nice little icon, this pink magenta color. That'll always be there now on the screen. So we can hit charts, and then you can have departure, arrival, approach, airport charts, miscellaneous. And then, of course, we are on ILS LOC 17 left. And that's that. Keep bringing that power back. I mean, the biggest area where this is really handy is if it is terrible conditions and you want just a little bit of help. Again, I typically just fly, especially if I have synthetic vision, I'm typically hand flying regardless of what the weather is. Because it's just, you know, these are the most exciting parts of a flight, and I don't want the computer taking care of it all the time. It's unbelievable. The computer can have the boring part of cruise altitude flying. Ezreal, you are welcome. I mean, the EFB is a very powerful tool. It's so cool having all that stuff built into it. But again, you can see the plane is beautifully lined up here. It's going to be a bit of a bumpy landing here because it is windy. And it's only going to get windier as the day goes on. Just got a PS5 Pro, very impressed with how smooth the experience has been so far. That's awesome, Simon! Glad you're having a blast. But see, now I can say I've done an ILS approach. It's fantastic. Never gonna use it again. But, but now you can see how to do it. You can try it out yourself with a 172 and then work your way up into the other aircraft. And now we're going to bail out of Autopilot. And again, we're going to go for one notch of flaps. And that's all we're going to do. I probably should go with none just because of how windy it is, but we'll stick with one for now. Oh, did not mean for that to come... Wow, that was... Okay. That's not what I meant to do. Hang on. That was ridiculous.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Stall.
Gonna save it, or am I... Here we go. That was not what I wanted to do after all that. My goodness.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
The problem we had there is I didn't put enough power back into it, so we just... The stall was creating quite a pain there. Plus, it's really windy. A little left rudder to straighten us out. Oh, my Cessna 172 landings are terrible today. But anyways, that is ILS with a G1000. So you can use this, like I said, in the Grand Caravan, all that good stuff. So we're going to switch over to the next plane, which I guess we can just do the Vision Jet. That way you can kind of see the barometer and all that type of stuff too. Okay. It doesn't exist anymore, folks. It has been removed. There we go. Unbelievable. We're just going to go ahead and spawn on the runway here. That way we don't do the taxi all the time. Is there a button configuration for spoilers? Yes. R1 and triangle. That was slew mode. Which I have, because it's not a default button, I have that to square and left, which lets you manipulate the aircraft without physics. But yeah, that's slew mode. I have that set up to square and left on the D-pad. So if you just search for SLEW, this of course cannot be used in career mode, just telling people now. But yep, toggle slew mode with square and left on the D-pad for that. Alright, so, first of all, let me go ahead and get this fuel initialized here, or else I'll be complaining about it.
Altimeter 2979er departing straight out approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 17 left.
Alright, perfect.
Colorado Springs Tower, Southwest 2544.
So yep, right here, this is your barometer on this Vision Jet. So it's just right in the middle of both the touch screens there. And then like I was saying, once you get over 18,000 feet,
ILS runway 17 left approach.
excuse me? Oh my goodness, of course I didn't. Didn't realize I had to save it. I thought it was just going to do it for me here. There we go. But yeah, so once you get over 18,000 feet, that is where you will click the barometer, click it again, and you can see it goes into standard barometer. So, below 18,000 feet, you want that 29.7-ish, 29.8, and then above 18,000, you want to go into standard. So, cool. Now what we're going to do is set up our autopilot, which in the Vision Jet is right down here. So again, we'll go for that 9,000 feet. We'll just set up our heading, because again, if you want your current heading, just hit the heading knob, hit X again, and it'll just set it up to right where you're looking. And you know what? Here, let's see if I can do it really quick with this. I've not tested this out personally, so I really need to turn off the good old subtitles as well, because they're still complaining. But yeah, let me just see if I can do this real quick. See if we can do another ILS approach. Is it under accessibility, narration audio, subtitles? There we go. Now you guys can just talk to me as much as you want. Wouldn't know a difference. Perfect. So, let's go. Oh, it was there actually. Procedures. Approach. ILS 17 left. Perfect. And transition by vectors. No, let's do that same route we did. This is going to go a lot faster than it did. We can preview, show on the map. Yeah, look at that. Okay, all right. Well, god dang, we might actually be not too bad at this. Load and activate that. Perfect. So, again, once we're up in the air, we'll switch over to LOC mode once we're at that point. But for now, we'll do that. And then bearing, yeah, we want nav1 ILS. Perfect. Well, cool. All right, let's see if we're an ILS Pro now here. Cool. All right, let's get up in the air here. Oops, didn't realize I had it on still. Need a lot of left rudder here because of that wind. It's another reason why I like doing these streams, though, is because then I get, you know, a little bit of a practice on things that I typically don't use, so. Alright, awesome. So we already have our heading set up the way we want, so let's turn that on. Activate autopilot right there. And this does have auto throttle, so let's go ahead and use it. We'll go for 220 knots. Perfect.
Traffic.
Oh, I'm not listening to that. Nope.
1 mile.
That's not happening.
Traffic. 7 o'clock. High. Less than 1 mile.
There we go. That's turned off. Because if we didn't turn that off, it would just be traffic, traffic, all the time. You would not be activating airspeed brakes in the air on an airliner. Those are deployed on the ground after landing. But to activate those, it is R1 and triangle. But yeah, you would not be deploying those in the air. Because you just have to set it. I mean, there's a way of setting up in the computer. You don't have to worry about it if you don't want to. It doesn't really do anything. But yeah, you just have to change the cabin altitude and actually pressurize the aircraft. So again, like I was saying before, if we would hit nav mode right now, nothing is going to happen. Because we are too far away from our flight plan. So like we did before, we're going to move that heading knob all the way over to the left to intercept our flight plan. I'm going to move it a little bit more because again we're looking at our heading bug, which is the blue icon on the compass. So let's keep bringing that over. Perfect. So just like we did in the 172, we're going to leave nav mode on. You can see GPS is gray. Once we intercept the magenta line of our flight plan, heading mode will disengage and GPS mode will activate, and it'll do everything that we want again. And once we get over to our ILS part, we can go ahead and activate that and see how it does here. I'll also add a little bit of weather so you can kind of see why it's a handy tool for bad weather conditions. Denny, you need to pick the red icons on the career mission map, or mission icons. Those are the ones where you can set randomly. If it's just an icon with no red dot on it, it's going to be a predetermined time frame for that mission. I'm only in career mode too. Like I don't play. The only time I'm in free flight is for these streams. But anytime I'm playing on my own, I'm only in career mode. Hello, Donald. Hello, hello. In 2002, two airplanes collided in Oberlingen, Germany, because one pilot did not have TCAS. I think that's what happened here with the Black Hawk and the passenger airliner, the CRJ. The Black Hawk didn't have their TCAS system on. I just think that whole thing is just dumb anyways. Why are the helicopters going right in front of the runways at Reagan International? I mean, that whole thing is just odd to me. It's like we really can't route the helicopter traffic another direction. Just dumb. Absolutely dumb. People losing lives for no reason. Oh, it's the bleed air? Gotcha. Well, there you go. And Mrs., welcome back to another stream. Oh, we also didn't put our minimums in, but that's okay. I might need to put the minimums in now. I don't know. I completely skipped that step. I was just excited getting the procedure in there. I'll still change that. Ah, yes, there it is. Oops, I'm sorry, plane. I did not mean to do that. 6,390. There we go. And we're now in nav mode again, because our heading intercepted the magenta line, so the aircraft is now following the GPS, and will continue the rest of the flight on its own like it did before. So, perfect. And now you can see we have our barometer minimum, so it knows not to go below 6,000, even though that doesn't... It's for the airport side of things. Because obviously we're at elevations of 8,000 plus once we go over Black Forest here and the end of our arch. We also need to do our radio here. So again, we're going to set this to a 109.1. So 109.1. Should be able to just enter from that. And then we should be able to just click on this to switch it. Yep, so perfect. So now, oh, I don't know what I just did. Hang on. I don't know what I hit the wrong. I'm sorry. Oh, it is. One more. Well, somewhere I have 109.1. I don't know where that's at. I don't know what I'm looking at there. Do I have that anywhere? Oh, I do. No, that's one. That's COM 1. I mean, we'll see if it works. Oh, let me... There we go. I'm still not seeing it anywhere on my screens, though. Oh, there it is. Yes, I do see it now. Perfect. There's our 109.1 for ILS. Okay. We got there eventually, folks. Oh, man. Oops, did not mean to hit pause or slew mode. Oh crap, not probably. Are we good? Sorry, plane. Didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to get into my showcase camera here. Well, I appreciate some of you sticking around, even though, I mean, again, this isn't like a full-on flight or anything. It's just kind of getting used to just showing different aircraft and some of the autopilot functionalities. I'm just happy I got this to another ILS, because I was hoping, not hoping, but I was assuming that once I got out of the 172, it was like, you know what, I don't know what's going on, but again, that's why I recommend hopping into the 172 and getting familiar, because you can take that knowledge of autopilot and things like that to other aircraft like we just did here live. Because honestly, I just was going to show it with the 172 and move on from it, but you can see it in action on how even from the basic 172 and its autopilot system, you can bring that knowledge over into other aircraft, even if it's a different instrument panel. So, you know, it's just stuff like that that's what's so awesome about this sim, is the experience and just enjoyment of learning about the stuff. Not every airport has charts, no. Like if we went to, let's just go to a really random airport here. Pueblo might actually have some too. Let's see. It does, nice. So I think any icon that's blue like that will have a chart. Let's see a red one here. Oh, actually here, let's go to Cheyenne. I'm sure that'll have one. So I mean, a lot of airports in the world will have it. And not just outside of the US, you can go over to Europe as well and have that all situated. So, like, let's say you wanted to go to Heathrow. Have all the charts there. So, I mean, there's just a lot of them. Let's just check this random one out. Oh, that one does too? Okay. I mean, there's a lot of airports that have it. Alright, so what we're going to do here is let's go ahead and bring our throttle down. Have we reached? Oh, we have. Okay. So what we're going to do now is switch this over to lock 1. Oh, we're already... Oh, no, we're not. I skipped a step at some point, I think, because we're not in LOC, where it just didn't roll. Or is it just how it shows up on here? Maybe we're just... Oh, I mean... Wait. Are we good? Because I got the green diamond. Let's see if it goes... I think we're good. Are we 2 for 2 on ILS? I don't think I am. Because we should be descending right now. Crap. Yeah, I skipped a step somewhere apparently. I got so excited, I thought I had it. Oh, shoot, did I not activate the approach? I'm not really sure what step I skipped here on that one. Dang, I thought we had it. We have nav on, we have that, we have the right radio frequency. I'm sad now. It's over. Oh my goodness, you're right, I didn't hit the approach button. Oh my, how did I forget that? We just talked about it too. Oh, that's so annoying. You're right. The approach button. Because I don't have to hit the CDI button. I don't have... Why did I forget that? Oh my goodness gracious. That button right... So we were good. Oh, I'm so mad I messed that up now. Oh, dang it. Are we good playing, by the way? Okay, this isn't looking good. Hang on. Hold on. Let's pretend that didn't happen. So I did have it all set up right.
Sync rate.
Alright, folks, just pretend you didn't see the last 5 minutes. Now I messed it all up here. Yeah, there it is. There's the push the approach button, folks. There we go. See? Everything's fine. Thank you for that. I completely forgot about it. Yeah, I love this livery for the Vision Jet. Looks so nice. One of these days we'll have the livery thing like we have in Free Flight in career mode. This whole stream will be at the same airport of Colorado Springs. We're not doing any long flight today. Just about autopilot. But alright, folks, when you actually hit the right button, I don't know why I forgot about it. Dang it, I was so excited. I was like, oh, we're gonna be 2 for 2. And, I mean, now we know. Approach mode. I don't know why. I was just so focused on the nav source button for whatever reason. But all is well. Everything's fantastic. But thanks for reminding me, Juan. I appreciate it. But see, now again, like it was on the 172, Green Diamond, we're descending, it's all doing it for us. Fantastic. That approach mode button. How dare it throw a wrench in our gears? But again, this is where this can be really handy, especially in career mode, if you're going through zero visibility conditions on approach, and you don't have, because you should be able to do this stuff, I don't know how you do it with a steam gauge, but with this, because, you know, I got the synthetic vision, but if you want some extra help with you, you can let the plane direct you into your runway. Oh, hang on. Oh, oh no, Vision Jet's getting thrown around here. I don't have gyroscope. Okay, that's not me. That's just the turbulent air through the storm. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, it's kicked us out.
Sink rate.
It did not like that. It's like, you know what? You do it. Okay.
Pull up. Pull up.
We're fine. But yep, it was not happy with that turbulent air. It's like, you know what? You can do this, thanks. Oh, my, oh.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
Oh, yo, what kind of, oh my goodness, this is quite a storm here. So much for a light thunderstorm. Yikes. What in the world was that, a downdraft?
Minimums. Minimums.
Oh, this is going to be a great landing, folks. This is... I've never seen the Light Storm custom preset go this crazy on a storm before. Way too fast here. I was just so focused on not crashing into the ground. Oof. That was certainly something right there. Oh, man. Nice. I love it. But anyways, there's the Vision Jet. Oh, man. All right. That was not expected, but let's go ahead and get out of that storm there. The PC-24 is what I'm looking for next. Because each plane I'm trying to go for a different instrument panel. That way we can just see a difference between... Because there's a lot of different instrument panels to fly in, of course. The charts are amazing to have. They are. Yes. Oh. PC-24 decided to disappear there. You change your fuel before mission. That's up to you. If you're in your own career, because it doesn't reset every time. So when you're in a mission, go to Manage Aircraft, and then from there is how you would
System test.
add the fuel. So barometer setting is here. Oh, this is one of those screens that... Oh, never mind. I'll see if I can do the same thing here. I doubt it. By the way, there's missed approach under that. So yeah, let's see if... Every plane I'll try to go in and see if I can do this in a timely manner here. Because we're going to just set it up the same way. You know, just having that repetition in there, just getting used to it. And... Now this is... 1091? Perfect. Because the other reason it's nice doing it on repeat is you kind of get used to running through your nav modes and getting the frequencies set up and everything. But, insert. I don't want to activate just yet. Route. Speed, distance, time. Oh, that's just changing that. Okay. And then, of course, some aircraft support the charts in the aircraft itself. So if you didn't want to use it in EFB, you can go from that. But, search. Oh. Oh, is this it? Is this how I get the approach stuff? And Drunk Donkey! Thank you so much for becoming a member. My goodness. I'm glad you're enjoying the content enough to do that, and we're happy to have you here. Welcome. Oh, this is... Okay, this is the charts. Approach ILS 17 left. What do I do with this now? Am I just hitting enter? No, I don't have even a keyboard. Oh, maybe it's under this. Yes. Oh, there it is. Oh. A Dane. Insert. Oh, are you kidding me now? Hang on. Hold, I don't know how I get out of this now, though. Activate. Oh, do I just... Is there like an enter button somewhere? Send? Is it the top button? The enter button? Oh, there it... Oh, sweet. That's how you do it in here, okay. So yeah, if you want the chart right here in the screen, look at that. Oh, we're all fancy now. Check this crap out. Oh, cool. All right. So again, regarding autopilot, let's go ahead and set this up to our 9,000 feet. Let's not go for 100 feet per second there. Let's go for 9,000. Again, set up our heading. Click X again, and it'll set up with wherever the nose is pointed. I'm going to switch our manual to... We'll just do that 230 again. And I'm happy with that. So let's go ahead and get our flaps. Oh, they're already down to 15%. Perfect. Let's get up in the air. And Richard, hello! Oh, we got Mama's Juice. Alright. And Jeff, welcome from the UK. Would you recommend it on PlayStation? Absolutely. I've put so many hours into this already. I love it. Absolutely love it on the PlayStation. Oh, let's take off here. We need to veer to the right there. Bring that power on back a little bit, bring those flaps up. Because, I mean, in a jet, you don't have to worry about the flaps too long after takeoff. You have so much power in these things, it's incredible. Alright, so again, we're going to do the same thing, like I like to keep showing, because I keep getting that question as well, is once you're up in the air and you hit nav mode, your plane isn't following your flight plan. So, let me try to... Because I don't really want the chart anymore. Oh, I hit map. There we go, perfect. So, right now, for instance, which, by the way, remember how we set up 9,000 feet in altitude? We'll automatically go into an altitude hold mode here. Let me also get this into auto throttle. I think is actually up here still. Yes, it's right here. I was looking at the wrong thing. So perfect. Let the plane handle that. And if we hit nav mode... Oh. Bit worrying. I don't know why that's not activating already, but we'll just go back over here anyways. So if you hit nav mode, it won't be connecting to anything, just for the fact that you're too far away from your flight plan. Move the heading over to intercept the flight plan and have nav mode on from there, but for some reason it's not wanting to do that just yet. We switched our nav 1 over to 109.1. Was it not on FMS? Not sure why that's not activating. Because it's not set to track? It shouldn't be. And yeah, by the way, regarding this, bleed air, it should already be on. Is it on? It is already on. But that's where the bleed air is on the PC-24. Did something not boot up right on here or something? 'Cause... Oh, it's the discontinuity thingy, right? That's probably... Hang on. Let me delete this. Oh, shish kebab. I don't remember how to do that on here. Flight plan. just... Crap, why is nothing... Skip waypoint. Yeah, it's just skipping everything. Thought I was able to just click on this and... Oh, it's down here, maybe? Okay, nothing is working for some reason. Because I need to delete this stupid crap here. Okay. Interesting. Why are we doing that? I don't want to do automatic or autopilot barrel roll. Okay. That was fun. Oh, there, finally. Goodness gracious. Thank you. Yep. It was the dumb discontinuity. There we go. Alright, we're back on track, folks. Don't mind our barrel roll. But yeah, it was because I knew you would be able to just click on it. It wasn't doing anything. So at least we did the barrel roll. So just in case your touch screens don't work, initiate the barrel roll maneuver and then work your way from that, apparently. I don't know why I was doing that. Because I was like, I know it was just a click of a button and it just was not happy. But cool. Alright, so now that we're set with that, let me turn off whatever this was. And then move the heading over to the flight plan again. Perfect. But alright, let me catch up with everybody here. And Drunk, I have been playing non-stop since the PS5 launch. Love the content, Cal. That's awesome. Glad you're enjoying the sim and the content. Happy to have you here. Old useless gamer, the Garmin G1000 looks easier and I'm struggling with that. Oh, it's all, you'll get the hang of it. It's all good, gamer. Because we did that with the 172 in the beginning of this. We'll be in another G1000 here eventually, I'm sure. I've never touched rolling cache on PC, Xbox, and I don't think you can change it on PlayStation right now anyways. But even if you could, I wouldn't be using it there either. Oh, I mean, I don't know. I love learning about other things that I hardly ever use, you know? It's exciting to kind of see that. And I don't know. I love it. Just love it. Matt, I really don't know. I mean, if you're set to all players, you're set to... I mean, is multiplayer actually turned on in your online settings in the sim? So settings, online, multiplayer. I highly recommend PlayStation players to get it. I'm Mama's Juice and have enjoyed every 102 hours I've put into it so far. That's awesome, Devin. Very nice. It is fantastic, though. I mean, couldn't be happier with it. I have no interest in a keyboard or mouse. Hey, Master Duo! Finally got Microsoft Flight Simulator yesterday. Any tips? Have fun. But nice, glad you're finally in the sim. Hopefully you're having a blast with it. have fun and just take your time with it. Don't rush into everything, because if you rush into everything, you'll be just overwhelmed with everything, and you won't be having too much of a fun time. So just stick with the plane, explore the world, and just work your way from that. Now to see if my gamer tag or my tail number shows up on the screen. Flying south towards you now. Oh, very nice, Huston. Welcome to the stream and to the area in the sim. So again, what we're doing right now is I'm making the heading so the plane is going to back up over to the flight plan. And once we get close to it, this green line will turn magenta, and the plane will do everything that we're wanting it to. I'm also going to go ahead and bring back our speed. And bring that down to about 200 knots. And as I mean, that's perfect. I mean, you know, like I always say, if people want to use keyboard and mouse, that's awesome. I just don't need it particularly. I mean, it shouldn't, because the cursor was just not doing what it needed to. It wasn't loading in, because normally you hit it here, and it should pop up with that other menu. It's just something weird with this touchscreen specifically. But yeah, for me personally, I don't need a mouse or keyboard. But again, if people want to use it, that's awesome. Hopefully you're having a blast with it. How does auto throttle really work? Because I put it on climb mode thinking it would follow my input. Oh, I mean, if you're talking flight level change, so let's say, oh, here we go. Did I do something? Oh, hang on. That was me. Sorry, plane. So regarding that, I mean, if you wanted to go to 9,500 feet and then you click flight level change mode, oops, I deactivated you. Go away. No, goodness gracious, how did that turn back on? What in the world? So anyways, it'll get up to 9,500. It knows that you're climbing, so it'll bring up that speed. And then once we get to 9,500, it'll go back into an altitude hold mode and maintain that 200 knots speed that we have with auto throttle. Because you have to have auto throttle engaged before you do flight level change. Because if you just do flight level change and go on without it, then it just kind of do whatever it wants to do. And then the same goes for descending. Let me get back to my 9,000 feet. And the power should drop, because now it knows that the nose is going to drop, and now it'll go into 9,000 feet, and then from there it'll go back up and match that speed. You can also see now we're out of heading mode, nav mode has been activated, and if we go over to the middle screen, it's no longer a green line, it is now magenta, so we're all perfect there.
Terrain ahead, pull up. Terrain ahead, pull up.
We're fine. And now auto throttle will go back up to match that 200 speed now that we're not descending anymore. And that's flight level change. And that's that awesome cursor mode. Auto flying. I can't wait for the day that Asobo gets rid of that. The most useless feature ever, because it's there to help, but every time it overrides your autopilot, it judders the plane up and down, like it's just annoying. I wish they would just disable it completely, because there's never been a point where it's like, oh, thank you, cursor autopilot. You've helped me out. Never once have I said that. Every time I'm like, oh, goodness gracious, go away. Alright, so let's do a little check on our ILS stuff here. We do have... Well, we're not in LOC just yet, because obviously we're in this. We'll go into it once we're at that same waypoint. No, we're not. We're going to hit approach mode, is what we're going to do. Not doing that again. Not making that same mistake. I'm using a controller, Thrustmaster, HOTAS 4, keyboard, and a mouse. Very nice. Well, I'm hoping you're having an excellent time with it all. Hopefully you're enjoying that HOTAS 4 as well. Oh, that explains it. If I don't have autopilot on and have to use the cursor, I connect a mouse. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Alright, so I'm going to bring our speed back just a little bit more. I'm so happy that auto throttle on the PC-24 is finally fixed. It was so annoying listening to this thing just get to the speed, drop back. Get to the speed, drop back. It would just do that over and over and over again. So nice not hearing that anymore. Oh, we got do-do-do-dab-do-boo-do. Very nice. And I'm not seeing any other names at the moment from Huston. Alright, let's keep bringing this back here. I'm going to bring this down to about 150 knots. Alright, let's see. Approach. Oh, it did it. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, man. Yes. And I'm going to bring this actually to 160 here. Get our first notch of flaps in as well. Look at that, LOC! This is so exciting. Oh, I love it. It's just awesome. Why is that flashing? Oh, I think it was just showing that it's about to get there, because now that should be dropping. The blue diamond. It might not even be a diamond on here. But as we get closer to the airport, something should be moving at some point. Yeah, there it goes. And then as that gets closer to our glide slope, the plane will start to dip down. And if we switch this to FMS, this should also just take full control over it instead of it trying to manually do it. It'll maintain what speed it thinks it needs to be at for the approach. So again, that's a little back dial. I typically have it in manual because then I set it to, let's say, 260 knots on cruise altitude. But FMS, it'll pretty much take care of it for us, because then it knows that, you know, we're descending. And there it goes. It's doobie doobie doo. Oh, okay. On approach, do you have to set the height from the TOD? I mean, you're not setting... Because all I do is... Here, let me... break it open again. If we go to our chart and approach for ILS 17 left, and we look down here, I just have it set for the first altitude that's showing on approach, which is 9,000 feet. And then once we set into ILS, or the LOC mode here, it'll just know where to descend from that point, because it's seeing the waypoints and everything once we have that approach set in the aircraft. So I just go off of what the altitude is here. So if I'm above that, I go to it. If I'm lower, I go up, whatever the case may be. Obviously, most of the cases are going to be descending to this altitude and then activating it around this point. Hey, Augsburg, welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Ouch. Oh. Don't sink.
Alright, let me break out of this. Get another set of flaps in here. Activate it, gyroscope. Oh, that F-18's in a bouncy house. Can't see the PAPI lights because of the names. I probably need to turn those off.
100. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
A bit left here. I don't want to be floating because of this wind and my flaps at a higher thing there. Or are you on the ground? Oh, I didn't put the gears down. That's a shame. It's like, yeah, we're on the ground alright. Just a little custom paint job here. I can't believe I forgot the gears. This is unbelievable. Oh, goodness gracious. Come on, give me my speed, please. And here, I'm also going to turn off the nameplates for now. Because they're just in the way of my teachings here. I love how there was no call out for my gears not being extended either. That was great. At least they were worried about my terrain. But anyways, so those are the PAPI lights. Again, just in case you don't know, that is what you want to see. Too white, too red. If it's all red, it's too low. And if it's all white, you're too high. So you want to see those 4 lights set up just like that. That means you're on the right approach for your landing. I don't know why I was full power there. Definitely didn't want that.
100. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
And now we're gonna have a citation right alongside of us on landing. Ooh, there we go. Now we're on the ground. Goodness gracious. But very cool. I'm still so excited to know all that. That's great. Well, cool. So far, 3 for 3 on the aircraft and setting up ILS. Let's see. So the PC-12 is going to be the same as the PC-24. We don't have to worry about that. Well, here, let me do the 747 here. That, I'm pretty sure I won't get ILS set up on that. I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't have much confidence in that, because I don't spend much time in the airliners anyways, so... We'll try to make it work, though. Well, I mean, pretty much every plane has it, especially, you know, if you're too low power in a 404 Titan, you get the warning and all that. So I'm not sure why the PC-24, I'm pretty sure it's just missing at this point. But that's okay. I'm not really too worried about it anyways. Because you know why? It's free flight. Do you have a pilot's license in real life? Nope. I do not. And that is with slew mode. You can't use it in career mode, but in free flight and everything like that, you can absolutely do that. I have it set to square and left on the D-pad. It is not a default button. So if you go to settings, controls, a little bit of search to slew, S-L-E-W, and then I have it set to toggle slew mode with square and left on the D-pad. Which, of course, lets you do this. So if you want to raise your altitude, lower your altitude, do some sweet barrel rolls, whatever the case may be, you can do all that. But that just lets you position the aircraft wherever you want. Alright, so, no idea what I'm doing here, so I'm just going to tell you that right now. We'll see if we can figure something out. I'm assuming the buttons haven't loaded in? Are there? Oh, there they are. I was about to say, there's no way you just kind of guess what buttons are everything. Yeah, this isn't going to go very well, folks. I can tell you already. Legs. Program. Oh. Destination. K-C-O-S. Boom. Direct to fix. Yeah. I don't know what I'm looking at with these MFDs. This is out of my wheelhouse completely. Yeah, this, we might be able to make it work here. Let's see. Origin. Destination, same thing. Turn that off for now. Flight number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Request route. Route missing in EFB. Oh. So they're just talking, okay, I mean, we can always do it that way too if we want. Let's see. Let's do it real quick. Not K... Not Colonial Pine Hills. Goodness gracious. There we go. Because I'm just interested to see if that works the way I'm thinking it will. Approach, ILS 17 left, add name, change procedure. Boom. Alright, so let's see if it does anything now from the EFB. And then do we send it? See what happens. Oh, it did some. Okay, hold on. Purge. Load. Oh, okay, runway 17 left. Route missing an EFB. Can I just do this and you'll be happy? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, that's nice. execute. Okay, there's our flight plan. Cool. Now, by the way, when you're over 18,000, this is how you turn on standard barometer in the 747. Get our auto throttle to 230 knots. Set up our heading to be just, oh, not bank limit. Just do that right here. Okay, so we have that set up. We need to get to comms. Do we have this? FMC comm? Where be the radio? Oh, it's probably down here. Yes. Yikes. Okay, there's a lot of buttons going on here. Nav. Radio nav. Does it actually do anything anywhere? 'Cause that's probably what we want, actually. Ah, yes. Yes. Alright, 1. Oh, no. 09.10. Do I really want a VOR? I don't know if that's what I want, but I'm going to have it set to that. And VOR right. I'm going to set it for both. Hope for the best on that. Seems good. ILS park. I don't want to park my ILS though. Well, I think we'll just stick with that for now and see what's going on. And hope for the best. Alright. Let's get going here. So for this, I'm going to go a bit further out just so we can kind of dive through altitude changes and everything like that with the 747. Away from the multiplayer freezing A400. And I pulled up a little early there. Still an art issue on that engine there, oddly enough. Alright, so what we're going to do is get heading mode on. Oh, that's a level. Hang on. Oh, heading is on. Perfect. We're going to hit Autopilot 1. And then we have it set to 10,000 feet. That's where it was default, which is fine. Get these flaps up. So all we did is we turned on heading mode, which is right here. We have our altitude at 10,000 feet, which once we reach it again, it will go into an altitude hold mode on its own. So we'll have that set up. I don't know why these things are still... There they go. And what we're gonna do is turn to the left. Of course, intercept our magenta line again. So let's go ahead and turn that all the way to pretty much behind us. We can also increase the bank here. We don't have to worry about it. We're not in career mode. Give me that full bank. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely staying. I mean, overall, I mean, I don't need the other stuff per se. I mean, if I can just get this basic, because all I'm going to focus on here, I was just trying to see if I get the ILS going on, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening with this one. But yeah, from up here, autopilot can feel pretty much the same. Just have a difference with the LNAV, which is latitudinal navigation or longitudinal navigation. And we also have thrust on here. Oh, not thrust, speed. There we go. Maintain our 230 knots. So again, we're now at a altitude hold of 10,000 feet with auto throttle on. Let's see how we're doing on this. I'm going to go over to the left just a little bit more. Because I don't think turning on LNAV is going to... Oh no. Do we have another one of those things again? Yep, we sure do. Alright, so... Execute. There we go. Switch that to... There we go. See, now we know if that doesn't work, that's what we need to do. There's just a discontinuity in the flight plan. And perfect. So now we don't have to worry about heading anymore, because now we're going to go to that first waypoint we just set up. So perfect. All is well, folks. Because I don't think it would be as easy as just hitting lock. Because I think, obviously, it's going to be a bit different here. If I'm not mistaken, another autopilot needs to be engaged as well regarding this. Could be wrong on it, because I typically just... Well, we got the left, center, and right. We'll just hit LOC mode and approach and see if something happens. If it does, great. If not, I don't care. At least we got the basics. So now you can see how to auto throttle, put an aircraft or the 747 into heading mode, into LNAV mode, and how to fix it if there is a blank space in there. So just hit that top left button. It'll open up this, switch to the next waypoint, hit execute, and then from that, it'll be ready to go. Very nice. So let's say, okay, I want to change my altitude. We can, of course, go this route. Do 11,000. You can do flight level change. Which, of course, automatically keeps up with what speed it needs to be at to avoid stalling or overspeed. It'll now climb to 11,000 feet and go from that with flight level change mode. And you can, of course, use the handy-dandy vertical speed, which is what I typically use personally, which I'll showcase how that works once we reach 11,000 feet. But yeah, Sobo, still an art issue there on the LOD. I'll keep it zoomed in so we don't see the ruined engine. And then once this stream is done, I'm going to chapter it out for the specific planes that we fly today. That way, if you're looking for something specific from an airliner to a Cessna 172 and all that, you'll be able to just kind of see that at a glance as opposed to scrubbing through it manually. Because, I mean, for here... I mean, yeah, well, I'm just gonna hit those buttons and see if that's how we get it into the LOC, ILS stuff. I'm sure there's another step that we need to do in order for that to fully work, but... we'll try it and see if it's happy or not. Sad that there is no multiplayer in career mode, but I do believe they plan to add it. I mean, it's something that was talked about. It's not anything that's going to be happening anytime soon. Don't forget your course heading for VOR. Yeah. Indeed. Indeed. Where's course heading on a 747? Unlike many smaller aircraft or older jets that have a dedicated CRS knob in the dashboard, modern 747s like the 747-400 and -8 manage course through flight management computer. Oh goody. That's great. I mean, this is an older one though, so you would assume it'd have a course dial up here. But I don't see it. So... apparently, it's in this. So you set it in NavRad. Ah, there it is. Oh, so then we just put in 170? Maybe? We'll see how that works. Hey John, Happy New Year to you! Hopefully you're having a great last few days of 2025. Welcome to the stream. When you fly the Cessna Longitude, do you have any issues with auto throttle disconnecting out of nowhere? Honestly, I don't fly the Longitude too much, just because I don't like the performance out of it. I have been flying the CJ4 though, the other Citation, and haven't had any issues with auto throttle specifically on there. So, I mean, there could be an issue with it. but not something that I've had a lot of personal experience with. Oh, it's an albatross. Nice. But yeah, sorry, I'm just keeping the names off because people are clogging the runway and then blocking the view of stuff. Since this is a tutorial-focused one, I'm just kind of trying to keep it clear. Well, alright, let's see. Let's do LOC. Do I... Oh. Level out? Oh, shoot. I didn't go down to 9,000. I got so distracted by everything else. Oh, Oh, you're kidding. It actually worked. I did it? No way. That is so awesome. I mean, it helped doing the CDI stuff there, though, the CRS. So I appreciate that help, but there's no way. I need to slow this thing on down. I'm gonna just turn that off anyways. Leslie James, I don't use any trim on helicopters. Anytime you see me flying them, it is just whatever it's set to, and then gyroscope. And then, of course, the 3 assists as well. Oh my god, it's doing it. There's no way. That is insane. Like, when I was planning on doing this autopilot thing, I was like, I know everything's going to go wrong with airliners. That's awesome. I know we're coming in way too fast here, so I kind of messed that up, but I was so focused on all the other stuff. This is so cool. Land 3. What does that mean? Rollout. Flare. Oh, so this is where it just does it for us?
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Yep. There's my call out. I'm so focused on this now, I keep forgetting the gears. Goodness. What are all these warnings, by the way? What in the world? Engine rev command. Oh. So it's going to do all that for us? We're fine. Why are you saying that? We're landing. I mean, there's probably a step I messed up, or not messed up, but just missed. Of course, now it's that was so cool. What in the world? That's crazy. Oh, and then it stays like what? I mean, that's probably I have to do some. That was so cool. I don't know why we're just always hanging out on the runway here. Goodness gracious. That was awesome. What in the world? Nice. Well, this is my biggest accomplishment of this entire stream, because again, I was not expecting any of this to be happening with an airliner. That was so fun. Nice. You don't know how happy that makes me. That was sweet. And see, all this is from practice in a 172, kind of leading us through the steps to get to this point regarding the ILS stuff. Because that's what I always say, it's just like, flying that can help you just get general ideas of where you need to go to. Because, you know, completely different setup. And minus the help we got with the CRS part there, that's awesome. I don't know. Out of the thousands and thousands of hours I spent in the sim, that was the first time I've ever done that with an airliner. That was awesome. Wow. Well, that was awesome. But here, a little side break from the autopilot stuff. Hang on. So, helicopters, again, I highly recommend having the 3 assists on for assisted cyclic, tail rotor, and collective. Because, I mean, unless you have a full-on helicopter peripheral setup going on, good luck flying. I mean, it's just... it becomes such a pain, especially on the ground effect and everything. Just gonna be ready for takeoff on this. But other than that, nothing else has changed for me from sensitivity to trim or anything, because I never change that on the helicopter. So, gyroscope mode on. Little left tail rotor to spin us to the left. And there we go. That's it. And then from there, when I want to fly at a certain altitude, I just kind of balance out the power. And then once we hit that sweet spot, all we're doing is moving the nose up and down, the pitch of the helicopter, and maintaining that altitude. Because once you find the right collective and balance of power, that's all you're having to do, because I'm not hitting the X or circle button anymore. The other big thing too is don't hold the X or circle button. It'll make it to where you're throwing the helicopter around. Just tap the circle and X button. I say that for anything that you fly in the sim. Just gives you a lot more control over what's going on. And that's that. And just like with fixed-wing aircraft, don't make sudden changes to direction of flight. Just nice gradual things, like I'm just barely moving the controller around in gyroscope mode to get the helicopter or aircraft doing what I want it to do. But again, haven't hit X or circle this entire flight. If I'm dipping down a little bit too much, I bring the nose up just a bit, which then creates that lift as well. And lets us go. And then if we want to keep raising it up, just keep the same power going, level out, and you'll get that natural lift from the helicopter. And then pushing the nose down, of course, you'll start bringing the helicopter down as well. And that's all there is to it. And then once it comes to landing, just start bringing that collective down. Push that nose up a little bit. That way you get rid of that forward momentum. And we'll land in between all three of those Embraers. Well, CRJ and then a couple Embraers by the looks of it. Keeping that nose back a little. Here, I'll show it from outside too. And then from here, we're just tapping the circle button and X button, just kind of, you know, get a nice mix going. If we're descending too fast, you know, tap X. If we're not descending enough, tap circle. And then from there, you're just slowly, gradually getting down, like X a couple times there, just to stop it from slamming into the ground. And then a gentle landing of the Bell 407. And that's it. Because if you start putting in too much like input or anything like that, here I'll show it, like if you just hold X for a few seconds, you know, you're already going up. If you hold circle, you're dropping a lot. And then of course, once you start doing all these extra movements, then it's like, oh man, I can't, you know, it becomes a pain to control it because you're doing too much inputs, you're changing the throttle and the collective too much. It makes it not an enjoyable experience. So again, find that right balance when you first take off. Go into those nice smooth movements. Sorry, I messed up the RPM now because the helicopter's going to be mad, so ignore the beeping. And then once you find that right balance, you're just moving the helicopter pitch up and down. And this isn't me trimming it out. I'm not doing any trims. It's just whatever it's set to as default. Fully just controlling the helicopter myself. And then, of course, you're just keeping those nice, smooth inputs in. And that's all there is to it. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that helps out. Is this pre-recorded? Yes, it is pre-recorded. I recorded this about a couple weeks ago now, and decided today was a perfect day, which I think today is, well, when this comes out, it should be December 27th, if I'm not mistaken. So, thanks for joining this pre-recorded live stream. Countdown is an actor, he isn't real. Yes, exactly. I've seen this episode last week, Simon. I never make any new live streams. They're just copies of things that we already did. But then again, a little left tail rotor. We'll go over the terminal building and get a nice soft landing. We'll do it in first person this time. Clear the tail rotor so we don't clip that on the building. Got some multiplayer frames going. Got a worker staring at us like, why is there a helicopter landing here? And then nice, smooth, and gently on the ground here. And there we go. A little helicopter side mission here. I'm so, like, I love that 747 ILS stuff. That was so just awesome. It really was. But here, I'll go into the longitude. I really don't like doing it on live streams just because it's a pain. Because it needs to be optimized better, but we'll just take a look at it, see if we see any random things happen in the short amount of time. We might bail out of it. Oh, we'll see how terrible it is, because I just don't like flying it because of that. I can always go in the CJ4. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do the CJ4, because I know I'm not going to like the Citation longitude. It's just going to drive me nuts. Alright. And then also I'll turn on the nameplates again. Yeah, I mean, Huston, I mean, it takes a lot of work, because, you know, it's just something that you kind of get used to. It's like, you know what, I think about 29 minutes and 58 seconds, somebody's going to ask about how to join the Flight Sim beta, you know, stuff, you know, it just got a lot of practice throughout the beta period, so. But alright, alright, well, we did it in a 747, let's see if we can do it in the CJ4. So we're going to get our altitude to 7,000 or 9,000 feet like we've been doing. Going to set up our heading to where we're looking. And I think we're good on that. Perfect. So, for this, we are going to do a flight plan. Well, first, no, let's get our position initialized here. Destination, yes. Route. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Via direct? No. Oh, no, we got... Oh, here we go. Departure and arrival. Okay, legs. Get rid of that. Delete. Perfect, so we'll do that finally instead of doing that up in the air. Because again, we found out if there's a discontinuity or anything like that, it will be disabling your nav mode, so make sure you remove that from that. Oh. By the way, we already have... Okay. I don't know how it has everything, but I'm happy with it. Because that's exactly what I was looking for. So we have our flight plan. Direct to Adnane, yes. And then radio. Is it going to be down? Where be our radio? Nav data chart, terrain weather, cursor. Oh, there it is, comm. There we go. Nav 1, Nav 2. Oh, that's volume. So we already have the ILS, perfect. Okay, where is... So that's how we change that, okay, so that's how we'll go, and okay, perfect. Where do I change the comm frequency on this? By the way, here's the barometer. Again, if you get over 18,000 feet, make sure you go into standard from that. There's that. Checklist. Comm tune. It's got to be in here. It's some MFD advanced, waypoint, data, nav status. Yeah, that's not what I need. POS report. So it's just random stuff there, not too worried about it. MFD, that's just the lights, throttle, blah, 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 blah. I really don't know where this... It's got to be in the regular thing here. This should be traffic, yes, TCAS, turn that off. Nav data, stuff that we're messing with, chart. I've never used a single visual enhancement on any platform. That crap's useless. Absolutely useless. And then people wonder why they have so many issues with the sim when they add all this other stuff to it. But anyways, that'll all be coming in spring. How to change communication frequency on a CJ4 citation. Changing communication frequency on the CJ4 citation isn't a direct frequency setting, but involves selecting the correct radio navigation frequencies in the FMS for air traffic setting up, blah, 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 blah. Get the desired comm, voice, or nav ILS frequency from ATC or charts. Okay, we already know that. Tune these frequencies directly into the aircraft's standard VHF comm radio and nav radio units in the cockpit, not via the CJ4's. What? Because all I have is sound, or audio. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be getting this one because I don't see anything regarding a radio anywhere except for the volume that we saw. So I think we're just gonna take our loss on this one. I'll check one. Oh, tune? Oh my. When it was already set the way I want it to anyway, so all that was for no... I don't know how I didn't see that. Radio tuning. Anyways, that's done. By the way, I shifted over because there were planes flopping through my plane. In case you're wondering why my citation is out in the grass. Alright. Well, that took way longer than it ever needed to. But now we know where the tune frequency is, or how to change that. you're good. Sabir. No worries at all. Alright, so anyways, turn on heading mode. Turn on autopilot. And let's climb to 8,000 feet. I love, like, this has been my main aircraft in, oh shoot, I'm sorry, plane, I'm in gyroscope mode still. My apologies. But yeah, I've been using this thing a ton. Oh shoot, it's still not right, hang on.
Altitude. Autopilot.
There we go. Let me just reset that. That's my bad. I keep forgetting to turn off gyroscope there. It freaks it out. But yeah, this has been my main one. I love it. Been making some great cash, sometimes up into the $8 million per mission, which is great. I never realized they seem to have dropped the pricing, because a long time, I mean, you can still see some videos where I made 14, 15 million credits on a mission with a CJ4, so it's interesting seeing that was brought down just a little bit. So anyways, we set up 9,000 feet before we took off and took forever to find the radio. So we're going to go into an altitude hold mode, of course, at 9,000 feet. I don't have auto throttle set up just yet. Let me... This one doesn't have auto throttle. Never mind. This is a plane you're doing it on your own. Which I typically sit around 95-ish, give or take, because at this point, it's a great place to level out your aircraft and not worry about losing too much speed and not over speeding the aircraft. So, cool. Again, let's get that heading over to our flight plan, which is behind us. We will have nav mode on already. Gaining that little bit of extra speed here because of our turn. I thought I had crash off. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's try that again. We'll just keep it around here for now. Not really too worried about rushing through it. So, is everything okay now? No, not 32,000 feet. Come on now.
Altitude.
There we go.
Altitude.
Just descend a little bit more to get to our 9,000 feet, please. And of course, what we're doing is we are heading to our lovely flight plan here. Which, let me make sure nav mode is back on. It's ready to go. Perfect. So as we've seen previously, once we reach it, heading mode will disable, nav mode will engage, and we'll be going through all those steps from there. And we won't have to, I think we'll just be able to hit approach mode and we'll be good to go from that. And perfect. So, we'll increase the speed here just a little bit so that way we get through this a little faster. And John, no, this is not a request thing. This isn't really a fly along. Just some folks have joined up. But this is more just talking about autopilot, going through it again. Once this stream is done, I'm going to have it chaptered out, so if you want to see a 747 with it, a 172, a Citation, it'll all be just chaptered out for you. That's why he's up for an Oscar. See, it's perfect, Simon. I'm doing great, Russell. Hopefully you are as well. Could you show that? I honestly, fighter jets and C-17 and A400. I mean, we could see if I can get you the basics of it, but I've spent no time in those planes. But I can see, because again, C-17 is another one that I want to see some performance improvements with. But I can see if I can give you just the basics at least. So again, you can see we're getting over here. Heading mode should disengage. Is nav mode actually on? Okay, it is. It doesn't show that it's armed. But heading should disappear here any second. There it goes. So here it's just LNAV as well on the CJ4. But perfect. So now we're going to do that loop again, and then once we get to final, we'll switch over to approach mode, and everything should be ready to go for that. I have no difference in sensitivity. I've never changed that once. My sensitivity is whatever it is default. So I won't be much help on that, just for the fact that, yeah, again, I've never changed that once. Everything you see from me is what the sim was set to originally. Honestly, the CJ4 has become more of a favorite than the PC-24. This thing's awesome. And you are very welcome, British. I hope this whole stream is going to be a big help. Because I was originally going to do a video over it, but I thought it would be a bit more fun kind of doing it live. And originally, I wasn't supposed to do ILS with anything other than the Cessna 172. But I'm glad it's worked out this way. Because then it just proves my point about just sticking with a plane like the 172. And just having that knowledge and, you know, using the autopilot there, using this, learning how to fly with it. That information can help you as you progress through other aircraft as well. Uh-oh. Why didn't we move on to the next one here? Oh, I did not mean to hit that. Hold up. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's going direct there. That's a bit weird. I really shouldn't have just went with, because I don't know why it was all set up for us anyways. It might have just taken it from the EFB from our other flights. Because for whatever reason it's going into direct. I don't want direct specifically, but... Oh, see, now I'm kind of worried about that, because I think it's going to mess everything up regarding... I wonder if that happened because we deleted the random gap in the flight plan. I mean, I guess it shouldn't matter once we get to LOC mode, ILS stuff. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, this isn't what I want it to be doing. Oh, is it gonna meet up with our curve, though? Seems like it is. And then we'll see if there's any others, because might not be any other steps we need to do, but then we'll see. Hopefully we can just hit approach mode and get on the ground. But all I know is my highlight for this stream was the 747. Just doing that with an airliner was very, very awesome. I only opened it to try to throw somebody out. Nice, Simon. That's the way to do it. Who needs the door anyways? Once it's on the ground, I mean, it's not that tall of a plane. You don't need the steps. No, it's actually it's following the curve. I mean, it'll probably just break off and not switch to it. We'll see, but that's why I don't like doing the direct route stuff that people always recommend. But that's okay. If it doesn't follow it, I can just tell it to delete mogul and go to the next one. The only thing is, these screens reboot here, too. There's quite a few planes that have that happening. I'm hoping the next update that comes out in the new year will kind of resolve those issues. And do I have nav 1 on the screen at any point here? No, okay. Alright, so what we're going to do here is... Oops, not do that. Delete mogul. A wand next, please. Or... Oh. Would help if I hit execute. I was hitting next. I'm like, why is it doing that? Bring that power on back. Very nice, Chris. And let's see if we go into lock mode here. Oh. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Come into the stream thinking, oh, I'll do one ILS, LOC mode, localizer thing, move on from that, just do autopilot from there, and then we end up... I think there was only one plane we didn't do it. Or did we do it all in? I forgot now. Either way, I'm happy with what we've done today. That's all I know. Approach Localizer 1. There's our diamond again. I mean, different screens, different instrument panel, but the same concept going on. Should I buy Microsoft Flight Sim? Absolutely. No doubt about it. And then, of course, once that diamond reaches the middle, the plane will, of course, start to descend to maintain that glide slope. This right here is showing our distance between us and the ground, 1,700 feet. And you can see now the plane is descending. Bringing our power back. Get some flaps going. I'll probably just end up doing one for this. Get our gears down. This is honestly kind of nice for shots like this when we're landing. I don't have to deal with it. I'll let the plane do it. Some nice showcase shots going.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
Alright, let me pay attention here. I don't want to stall out.
Don't sink, 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 don't sink.
We're not sinking, we're landing. Go away. Goodness. So are all of these like it is with... I mean, I doubt this is the same, because I'm assuming you kick out of autopilot before the end and then take control over it. That's what I'm going to do anyways.
Autopilot.
be a mess with this super tanker. Oh, not too bad. I might need to start doing my tutorial streams without multiplayer on. I'm coming in too fast here. Of course, this does have spoilers. No reverse thrusts. Oh, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that from now on. The multiplayer stutters do not help us out in the slightest here. I think in future tutorial streams, multiplayer is going to be disabled. But there we go, nice little landing with the CJ4 there. We'll pop in the C-17, but again, I've not spent much time with it. Go ahead and switch runways here too. Helicopters, no, because I most of the time helicopter pilots are just landing right at their spot anyways, instead of using a runway. All right, so altitude, set that to 10,000 feet. Oh, I hate this thing. Miltech. You need to work on your C-17 still. All right, so same things apply. There is no terrain. We're climbing. Oh my goodness. Why is there no dial for head? Oh, there's one on the compass down there. Should be up here too, you would imagine. But anyways, there's our heading. Heading hold? Why is that not applicable? Okay. And autopilot on. It's really weird to not see heading mode be a thing. Anyways, we do have auto throttle on here. That has activated, okay. It's so weird to me how the C-17s, everything's backwards. Like throttle down goes up and then throttle up goes down. Same with up here on our HUD. Oh, the altitude's fine there, but the speed is different, which is just weird. Pushing to set, this doesn't do anything. Is it roll rate? Oh no, that's minimum. Doesn't make a difference. So okay, how do you get this thing to turn then? Unless there's another toggle somewhere. I mean, I have no knowledge about this aircraft or any of military ones. why is everything not applicable? Why is everything NA on autopilot? What is this? None of these buttons do anything. It's weird. And now you know why I don't fly it much. It's not holding 10,000 feet either. Shocking. I know. So altitude hold does work, even though it says NA for some reason. Well, that's enough C-17 for another year. Because, yeah, I don't know what that's doing, but... Could you show an RNAV approach to an IFR flight using VNAV with autopilot, then fly an RNAV? I don't know what I'm gonna say. No, I don't... I no idea about that. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm just happy I got this thing set up with ILS at this point. That sounds like a lot of flight planning to set up at the moment. Trying to think... I mean, we kind of hit the main... I guess Airbus would be the last one to kind of mess with here. Because, yeah, I don't know what's with the C-17, but... That's why I'm not that big of a fan of Miltech. It's never been my favorite dev. I suppose we'll hop in the A320. Any mouse should work on the PlayStation. Alright. Ah, see, this is all set up already. I don't mean for that to be happening there. All the buttons load in. I mean, I don't know mouse fire. I just have a plug-in mouse and that's it. I don't have any other mouses. So, not sure what the specific ones work. So there's our CRS already, okay. Because I just want to kind of go through here and see what's going on. It looks like we're all good. We don't have any blanks. Perfect. Set up our speed. Go for our usual 230. Heading set to what we're looking at. Not 16,000 feet though. We're going to go to our 9,000 that we've been sticking to. And let's go. Oh shoot, not approach yet. Sorry. I don't know why I'm in cursor mode anyways, goodness. I'm happy, got the game for Christmas. It's so fun to fly, but my landings suck. Any tips? Just more practice. Stick with one plane, kind of get familiar with that, and work your way from there. Now we're going to do it differently this time because we are going to go for... Oh, we're already in it. Nice. Because we discovered this last time when we did the A330. You click on heading mode and then select, or I think you hit X, and then it'll go into this mode right here with the 3 dashes and a dot. That is nav mode. There isn't a specific nav mode button here. You just pull on the heading selector, get the 3 dash buttons and the little circle there, and that is how you move into nav mode, which is what we're in. So it'll be doing all the turns for us. And that's that. Nice. And the other thing I'm wanting to do here... And then ATC comm. Or is that not where I want to be? Because I just want to make sure we're on the right frequency here. Also get this set to 230, please. Bring back our throttle, because if we don't bring it into this range, auto throttle will not engage. So between climb and 0 is where you want auto throttle to be, because if you're in FLX or Toga, auto throttle will not engage. So just keep that in mind. Oh, we didn't hold at 9,000 feet either. Why are we not doing that? Let me select, or set selected. I hit square, so hit X, and then square on altitude selector. The aircraft will go into a descent and manage the speed as well. So it'll stop at 9,000 feet. We just didn't select that there. Alright, back to the radio here. Which hopefully I can find that a little bit faster than... because I know we have some comms here. VOR. So you can see now we're in an altitude hold mode. And of course we're continuing our flight plan around. Perfect. And we have auto throttle on as well at 230 knots. VOR1 frequency. Oh, it already. Okay, so there's the ILS frequency. Okay, so there it is, 109.10. So I'm assuming we would just put that in. Do you have to put the ILP in there? So you would just do ILP /10. Oh, they need to fix that glitch too, where the cursor will go off and then it'll take control over your plane. Are we good? Unbelievable. Anyways. And I think that's all a side effect of that stupid auto-flying nonsense with the cursor mode. And that's why I just deleted Asobo, please. Nothing about that is helpful in the slightest. And then you should be able to, you would just hit here with that, and then that's you'd have your ILS frequency planted in there. So cool. Now that we're done with the nonsense, how do I download? There you go. It's part of the sim. It's just L1 and left click. There is no download. If I add a different airport, well, I mean, you have to change the radio frequency depending on the airport. That frequency is going to be different. So, like that 109.1 here in Colorado Springs is not going to be the same thing as, let's say, if you go up into Denver here. So let's open this on up. Open up the chart. And let's just say we're doing an approach into 34 left ILS. You'll notice up here, we now have a frequency of 111.90 that needs to go in there. So if you're still running with the 109.1, that's not going to work because it's not the right frequency to go off of. So every airport is going to be different. It might be tied to the direction of the runway. Let's see if 17 left is the same. It is not. So every airport is going to have a different frequency, so it won't just be a one-time thing and then you're done. So if we wanted to do 17 left in Denver, we would have to put in 110.15 into our nav frequency. Because if you're not changing that, then that's why it's not working. So hopefully that makes sense. Because yeah, you can't just use the same frequency over and over again. Every airport will be different. Alright, we're about to get to our turn here, and then of course we're going to go into LOC mode, and then approach after that. And then nav should switch to lock. Got a nice little diamond off our altitude there. Oh, and then also barometer setting is right here. So again, you would hit square here for anything above 18,000 feet. And no, two players cannot be in the same plane. They're getting some test builds. We might start seeing some basic aircraft, because it's not going to be airliners first. They're going to focus on things that aren't glass cockpit, I think is what they said, like steam gauge things. That way they can test it out in betas regarding shared cockpits, and then work their way from that. Thank you so much. I'm finally getting the sim in a few weeks. Can't wait for my first flight. A very nice official GTA. Very nice. I know we're low here, but it's all for testing purposes. But yeah, we won't forget the landing gear. Alright, let's see. Lock and approach. Nice. Cat 3 single. ILS. It's blinking orange. I'm a little worried about that. I don't know if that's supposed to be blinking orange or what the case may be, but we are in lock mode, so we'll see. I don't know if there's something else I need to change here. We'll see. Right there. Now we have it. Because now we have the diamond too. Okay, so we turned on the... I'm assuming ground speed indicator? GS? But nice, there we go. Bail out of auto throttle here. Now we're Cat 2. It's got quite the dive going here. I mean, it is only 1,500 feet per minute, so it just seems more aggressive than it looks. Springtime for the marketplace.
1,000.
Asobo, can we add that to the PlayStation Marketplace, please? Make it to where it just says with Sim Update 5 and the changed marketplace, it'll be releasing with that. That'd be nice, or at least a target release.
Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
400.
Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
And I know he's complaining because I don't have enough flaps going on.
Too low. Terrain.
Land.
Too low. Terrain.
Because I think this will be similar to the 747 where we just flare. I know we're coming in really fast here.
200.
That was my fault.
Sink rate.
100.
Oh.
50.
Oh shoot, I flared too early. Sorry, that was me. Oh yeah, we're coming way too fast. Oh, come on. Ooh. That's really fun to mess with though. It's something I'll have to get more and more used to. Very nice. But yeah, again, regarding... I'll do it in the... I'll do it in the Beluga, because I don't want to do it with the 747 again, since we already did that. So let's say we want to do ILS 3-4 left. We're going to set it up with... I'm assuming that is our bailout plan. Let's do something like that. Do I have to buy the Dash 8 in the marketplace? Are we talking the Max 8? Or something else Dash 8? The 747? Because no, all this stuff, the 747, 737, the Beluga, the A330, A320, A321, A310, A400 are all in the default sim. And I'm glad it's helpful, Ben, and you are welcome, Matt. Alright, so I just kind of want to show this because, again, you're always having to change the frequency that you're tuning into. So we already have Denver. We're on 3-4 left. And it always highlights the main one, especially if you made a flight plan and everything. So we'll do this. And you can see right here, we need to be at 111.9. So let's see if that's already been the case. No. So now we can change it. Because see, now we're stuck on the frequency that we have, or that's what we've needed all stream, because that's what it is for 17 left here in Colorado Springs. So we're going to go ahead and switch this. I still don't know if we need to put ILP in there. I'm just going to put in the frequency and see if we do it that way or not. Not 100% sure on that. Okay, so it doesn't want the ILP. Perfect. So ILP / 111.90. Now if we hit enter here, okay. Do I delete it first? Initialize weight and all that. So how do I change that now? Do I put it in here? Maybe I do that. Let's just do ILP on that and see if we put it into the bottom window. Okay, initialize a stupid weight. Do it then, please. So we can move on from this. It's all wind. I don't care about... Just... Can I do it through here, please? Because I don't really care about all this. Payload. Apply load. Great. Are we initialized on that now? Can we be happy? I don't know where to initialize the weight from. Oh, there we go. Weight's cleared. Format error. So can I just do this with that then? There we go. Thank you. That's what I was trying to do there. Oh, and then I have to put in the IDXU, right? I'm sure somebody said that in the chat already. Let's see if that's what we need to put in. IDXU. And then / 111. Oops. 0.90. Oh, wait, why did that go? Wait, go. What did that get back? Go away. Oh. Why does it keep resetting that? Oh, crap. Here, hang on. I need to figure this out. And clear out this from my inventory here. Just send to everything, yeah, whatever, great. And then reset flight plan. There we go, thank you. Because I think the EFB say, oh, why does it still go away? Okay. Let's try this again. That way, because I think the EFB was just kind of overriding what I was wanting it to do, and that's what was causing a lot of those issues, so we'll try this again here. I mean, this won't be a series, I don't think. I mean, again, we already have flight planning, we have basic controls and everything like that. It's just... And anytime we're live, we're already kind of going through stuff like this anyways. I just wanted to make a dedicated stream so people could find it if they so choose. Because, I mean, yeah, again, everything else we kind of just dive into randomly throughout the stream. I think we're good. Okay. So let's try this again here. AC position. Oh, see, I don't care about any of this crap. It's like, just do it for me, please. You don't need an Xbox account for anything. How do you change the time but keep the live weather? You just go to the weather icon. You can do this with, because this is just going to be live weather from the past 24 hours. Or you can leave it here, go to custom, and then just change the time from that. So this is keeping what the current weather is, but just changing the time of day. So that's under custom. If you want live 24-hour weather, so if you want to fly with what it was at 6 o'clock yesterday, you can have it like that. Or if you want it just live weather and current live weather, oh, you gotta stop. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you. So, you come here, live weather, then custom, and that's where you change your time from there. Because you don't have to mess with this at all. You can just go here, set live weather. Wow, this really doesn't want to do anything at all today. Fantastic. Can you quit being a pain and open up the stupid menu? Live weather. And there we go. Although I did see that. There we go. So anyways, that's how you do that. Nav accuracy downgraded. I don't care. Let me make a flight plan, please. Goodness gracious. Oh god, I'm so unfamiliar with the Airbuses thing. Time is 2:18. Speed and altitude, I don't know. 230 at an altitude of 16,000. Or flight level. I don't know if it wants me to do all that or not. You know what? I'm going back to my 747. These Airbuses, man, their computers are just something else. I should have just stopped when I was ahead, because it's falling apart now. Everything was so fine until that. Alright, see you later, Ben. Yeah, I should have... I don't know why I continued. I should have just ended it when it was all good. I don't know why I continued this. Yeah. Oops, not 3. Hang on. Now I've just messed up everything here. Okay, there we go. I think we're good. So KCOS to Denver. We're going to take off from 17 left. Flight number, blah, 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 blah. And then from here, oh, so we have the departure there. I'll put this in here. Approach again, ILS 41. We'll just pick that. Or do we want to switch it up? Yeah, we'll do boss. Perfect. And now I should be able to request the route. Let's see if it shows it or if I have to send it first. Execute. I think we're good now. Let's see the legs. Yes. We have that. Let's go ahead and delete it. Boss will become the next one. Perfect. Execute. And then from here, nav radio. CRS would be 310, right? Because I did 3-1. No, 3-4, so 340. So we would set that up as our CRS. Or not. Get the chart open here. Ah, that's when we can do this. Okay. Which, I don't know if there is a CRS situation here or not. 350 degree. Oh, there it is. 3 feet. Is it? 353? Or do we want to put in... I'm going to just do 340. All right, let's go. Okay, from that, we'll just see what altitude this is wanting us at. 12,000 feet. Okay, perfect. We'll probably go a little bit higher than, well, yeah, I'll probably go up a little bit. And then we can lower to that once we get closer to it. I mean, we've done the 747 earlier already, but I didn't mean for it to be a second time in the same stream, but I hate the Airbus's computer. Just something that I'm not familiar with in the slightest. And Grim, having a great... it was good until this last part of the stream. Oh, man. Have an issue with the A330 takeoff calculation. My plane doesn't call out the V1 speed. I entered all the calculations in the MCD. Yeah, that I'm not entirely sure with. Not sure about all that, because I'm not familiar with the computers in general on the Airbuses. Why are you bugging me about a landing gear?
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
What is this?
Landing gear.
Oh man, I should have ended the stream after the citation. I don't know why I kept this going.
Landing gear.
Oh goodness gracious.
Landing.
Everything was perfect up until we kept going after that. Get this up to 250 speed. Following my heading. There we go. That should bring us over to where I'm wanting to be. Actually, a little bit more here. Evadius, hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Hopefully you're having a great day. Okay, so I'm just trying to. I mean, I'm hoping I have everything set up the way I want it to, because again, I should have wrapped up the stream already. Crap, man. Well, actually, we should be able to get in the. Do we have both on? Perfect. Bring that down to 14,500 there. And nice. I'm glad you're having a great day. And it was a great day too. And then I've kept the stream going longer than I should have. But other than that, everything else has been fantastic. And again, I hope this ends up being helpful to everybody. And then we should be seeing, there it is, the flight plan. Once we reach that, heading mode will disengage, and then nav mode will take over. And then once we get closer to Boss, which is only 23 nautical miles away, we're going to drop to that 11,000 foot altitude that the chart is showing. And then hopefully from there, we'll be able to hop into ILS, LOC. I'll probably activate that after we finish the turn of Ajax over there. Also get our lights on here. Turn them all on. You need to turn on the setting here, because if you have it set to show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity off, they're going to disappear. You need to have that on. Then they won't disappear. And that is, of course, hang on. I didn't mean to rush through that. But under General and then Online. And then show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. So heading mode should kick out here any second. 747 will bank to the right. And there it goes. Now in LNAV mode. Is RIX Latvia Airport available for 24? Every airport in the world is in the sim. And Tuner, just the man I wanted to see. Quick question, what is the button? I have it set to square and left on the D-pad for slew mode. So if you just go into controls, search for slew. Oops. And then toggle slew mode is what I have with square and left on the D-pad. Alright, we're also going to go ahead and bring this down here. I'm going to do vertical speed. Get rid of auto throttle, please. Oh crap, we're already here. Great. I knew I shouldn't have climbed up so high at 14,000. Well, yeah, I'm not sure why it's because, again, that's the only setting that's there for ghosting the players in close proximity. So hopefully it works on a reboot. But you are welcome, Magic. We're going to dive this in a little bit. I mean, we're only going 2,000 feet per minute, or 1,900, so it's not like we're nose diving the 747 into the ground here. But once we finish the second turn coming up, we should be able to hit lock and approach mode, and it should just do everything that we're wanting it to. At least I'm hoping so, because if not, I'll be sad, and then everybody will be like, you don't know what you're doing. You suck at this. Oh, man. And we have this set to the full bank. We could have it lower, of course, but outside of career mode, because that's when I have half bank mode on and low banks just to make the passengers happy. But it's just me and my co-pilot, so I'm not too worried about going too quick on our bankings here. I really hope I said it. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm hoping I did. Let's see. Because we're going for 3-4, which means 340 on the heading. Just like 17 is 170. I'm not happy that that's dashed. I don't know what that's about. We'll see. And then once we're done with this turn, we're going to turn it on, and let's hope we see LOC pop up on that screen. Because again, not me flying, this is all through autopilot. Please work. Don't make me mess this up. Gonna finish off that turn here. I guess it shouldn't matter. LOC. Oh. Oh, I didn't do something right apparently. Crap. Oh. There we go. I know we're stalling out. Calm down. I didn't upload the route fully, I guess. So yeah, where it says load there, I didn't do that. I know, we're almost stalling. Calm down, we're fine. Sweet, okay. Wasn't 100% perfect, but we got there. And that's why that was dashed out, because we didn't actually load the full flight plan fully. Or at least not the approach part of it. Cool. Okay. Get some flaps going. We're starting to descend. Okay, went from almost not working completely to me just goofing on this and not actually loading the plan fully.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Why does he say
Landing gear.
that?
Landing
They're
gear.
deploying.
Landing gear. Landing
Is he
gear.
just saying that because they were still in motion?
Landing gear. Landing gear.
That still seems odd that he would be calling that out just because of that, but either way, whatever. The gears are down. The ILS fun is happening. And nice music, very nice. Gonna be a fantastic first flight. Oh, we just have Kiwi with us. Nice. I mean, again, I'm surprised anybody's even flying with us anyways, because we weren't really here to do a full-on flight. So I appreciate it. For those that stopped by. Do I really want full flaps? I mean, not really. I'm gonna be floating up. I'm gonna bring them up a little bit. I don't care if the pilot gets mad. I'm gonna be floating for days in this wind. Land 3. Isn't it nice? It's great that the 787 finally has some wing flex too.
1,000.
Is that Amazon? It looks Amazon-y down there.
$500. 400. 300. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200
Nice. Oh, why is it fighting me on the rudder? Are we okay? There we go. Unbelievable. But even after all this, still not something I want to be using most of the time. Because it's just like, I want the fun of landing it instead of the computer doing it. But still cool to learn about it, see how it all functions, and actually getting it all set up too, which is really, really cool. But alright, I'm going to wrap it up there. Again, I'm going to chapter out the stream so that way you can find things specific over like the Cessna that we did, the Citation, the A320, the 747, and a couple of other things that we flew. So that way you can just have some quick looks at it, see what's going on, and what we did in order for it to fly an autopilot or even going to ILS, which was still really cool. I was not expecting to do it with every plane. I was just going to do it with the 172 and then move on from it, but we did it in the Vision Jet, the 172 airliners. It's pretty awesome. So thanks for watching, everybody. This is Denver, KDen, in Colorado. But thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be back on Monday for a normal stream again. So, as usual, hopefully this was helpful to everybody, and you gained a little bit of knowledge regarding autopilot and stuff. And yeah, so thanks for watching, and I will talk to you guys next time. Goodbye!